Okie dokie. Let's see if it's working. There we go. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Mute. There, we'll give it a like, and we are going to share it on Pinterest. Okay, why are you over there? I want. Some Redick going to X. Who cares? Facebook. And we are done here. That's just. Okay, and we move you over to here. And then we load this up. Why are you not loading? Come on. There you go. Okay, we're loading up. Oh, yay, more updates. There we go. And career. Oops. And I think I just screwed up. We have $1,654,863. We have 127 hours played in this series, so that's a lot. 127 divided by 24 equals. That can't be right. So this is 5.3 hours. 5 days. 5.3 days worth of game time. playing it 24/7. That's not bad. And today is Tuesday, August 18th. Last day of Farming Simulator 25. I'm off tomorrow. Then Thursday, we will start live streaming Farmers Dynasty 2. And we are done there. Now this hasn't been rolled. Something screwy here. It's not letting me open up. There we go. I don't know what was going on here. Okay. And where are you going? Okay. Now we get to line all our fields. Wait a minute. I thought we got that. We didn't. Let's speed up time. Okay. Ooh. Oh. This field ain't that bad. This field is terrible. This field is terrible. Okay, this is better. Definitely using a lot of lime. But you can see the difference. We got lots of work to do today. We got lots of planting to do today. Okay. Yeah. Clear that. Has the other one been? I can't remember if the other one was rolled or not. I think it was. Oh, it was. It was. It was. Forgot. I need to do the corners on this. Come on, turn. And I think that's it for the tractors right now. This tractor. It stopped. Okay. Or okay. Oh, I'm hitting. Yeah, this thing needs to be repainted. Yeah, this definitely needs to be repainted. $54,000 to repaint it. Looks a lot better. Looks a lot better. Yes, it does. Oops. Turn you back on. And continue on. No! That's the one you... No! I got you highlighted. There we go. liming these fields, getting them ready to be plowed, planted, and rolled. Like one more up and down, up once we're done with this row. Used a little over 50,000 liters of lime on this field. About 125,000 liters on the soybeans. So let's see how much we're going to use on this field. 42,000 liters. On that last field. So it's not too bad. Oh, wait a minute. No. Yeah, let's repaint this. Yeah, let's repaint this. Okay. Done with this tractor for this month. Turn around. Okay, now it's time to go plow. This isn't. This is not a bad tractor. I liked it. I like the camera. I like the view from rear view camera. Oh! I thought I was locked in. I wasn't. No. I am locked in now. There we go. That's better. I have the create field on. Gotta do the perimeters or the. Then we'll do the middle. Wages? That must have been the rolling. Here we go. We are plowing a huge field. Eventually we are going to plant soybeans in it. We've created this field. We have lined the field. Now we're plowing it. Doing the outline of the field right now. We are using create fields, but what we are going to do is once we get to the middle, we are going to use speed override and do the 12 miles an hour instead of 9 miles an hour. And Alt 0, and should take me to 12. And it does. I found 12 miles an hour is the perfect speed to plow and create. Actually, 12 miles an hour is good for almost any implement. Which is speed control number 2. Was so using create field. So if I missed anything, it will plow it up. have to be careful not to go outside the boundaries of the field. There we go. And if we take a look, field is plowed. You can see that all my new fields definitely need to be plowed. So we are using periodic plowing. So it's about every 3 months we have to plow the fields. After this harvest, we are going to reset the fields, even the grass fields. We're going to plow them up and just have set. I'm going to have 2 set fields. I'm going to figure out which 2 fields are the best for grass. And then everything else will be set for wheat, canola, sunflower, soybeans, corn, and potatoes. Well, that's doing that. Tea factory. Yeah, we still making tea out of that. And I'm also possibly could be combining a couple fields. So we need wheat for flour. We need canola for oil, sunflowers for oil, corn for oil, and corn chips. I got to take a look at everything that we need. We use corn oil for the potato chips and also for the tortilla chips. We use sunflower oil and canola oil for the fish factory. We also need soybeans and flour for the fish food factory. Here we go. Let me go this way. Then 3. And then 2. There we go. Okay, that's set for soybeans. So once that field is plowed, we'll go ahead and hire a worker to plant soybeans. It's going to take a while. Control T, I don't need you. And I thought that would continue rolling since I had it on speed control, but evidently it stops when you switch vehicles. It stays rolling when you take a look at everything. There we go. Had to reset everything. So once this field is plowed, we got 2 more fields to plow, but once this field is plowed, I can go ahead and get the guy started on planting. And I think I'm just going to do it on, instead of course play, I'll just go ahead and do it under regular GPS worker. And once the tea is completely processed, we're going to set up the new tea and go from there. I want to see which one's better. We do have 3 fields to plant. This is a big field. This is going to be soybeans. And then we got to roll everything to get the bonus for the precision farming in the growth. Get a better yield. You can see how huge this field is. I do want to take a look at something. Okay, we got this huge field. What I'm thinking is combining this field and see if we can let's bring this line down to here. Possibly combining these 2 fields together. These 2 fields together. Maybe combining all 3 fields together here. We'll take a look at it when we get into it. That'd be next week. Miles an hour. We got all this plowed. And we got all that to plow. Oh. So we got a lot of plowing to do. It says quick pickup. I like that. It says weights in the front and weights on the thing, so it's not bad. This is not a bad tractor. Kinda enjoy it. Guys, if you want to talk to me, you can. I don't bite hard. We're just plowing right now. Then we'll get a worker planting soybeans on here. You want to see something? Windmill. Okay. Oh, no, sorghum. Soybean flour. Okay, I can make flour out of what's left over. If need be. And I think what I'm going to do is just get rid of the butcher shop once it's done processing all the chickens. And get rid of the chicken coop. Eggs, alright. Don't need eggs. I'm thinking about maybe setting up a bakery. And start making bread from any other flour that's not being used. And here we go. Curiosity. Okay, cool. See. So it is picking up the regular milk. Okay, cool. Okay. Fish food factory. Flour. Canola oil. I'm not doing olives. I'm not doing rice. Can I make rice oil? I can. Long grain rice. I can plant that. So we're getting there. We got all that plowed. And this area is getting smaller and smaller. And that's me. Okay, this is the last of the long rows that we're doing. So this should take less time now after we've done this row. You can see how huge this field is. You can see how huge this field is. It's a huge field. And because all this is new field, I'm doing the actual plowing. I'm going to have the worker do planting and rolling while we clear some stuff up. So what I'm going to do is plant soybeans in this field, and the other two fields I'm going to plant oats for flour. And what I'm thinking about doing is go ahead and once... Where's the butcher shop? There it is. Once it's done processing these chickens, I'm just going to get rid of... I don't like the butcher shop. We'll sell the meat when it's ready to be sold and go from there. Okay, we're starting with shorter sections now. That's good. "12 miles an hour beats 9 miles an hour. Even though it says 3 miles an hour faster, it does go a lot quicker. It should be enough soybeans for the fish food factory, and we can probably upgrade it. We did get rid of all the trees on this section. I gotta keep an eye on this. I'm just gonna do this so we don't go over. There we go. Looks like we possibly have one more road semi-long. Next month we have to sell our clothes that we got so far. And that can opening was not a beer, it was a Dr. Pepper Zero. I'm a diabetic, so I got to watch what I eat and drink. Okay, this should be the last of the semi-long. I like the pickup on this tractor. It's good. Quick. Acceleration. Our power is solar. And I'm thinking about possibly getting a windmill or two. Actually, let's do that now while I'm thinking about it, because I have this thought of it. Generation. We should have the money for a windmill. 1,200,000. There we go. We're down to 293,000, and we got a windmill. Yeah, I'll do the same thing here. Oh, back up, back up, back up. There we go. Now something I am going to expand this a little bit. Oh, excuse me. Carbon dioxide wanted that I drank wanted to come out. I'd rather do it up than down. Up is to the mouth and down is to the gluteus maximus. And down smells a lot worse than up. Okay, B, raise. Yeah, this is the tricky part now. Okay, B to lower and 2 to set speed. Almost done with this field. It's one of the reasons why I got this big plow. Big boy plow. We definitely are going to have bigger fields next planting season. And let's do this. We'll turn. And B. And B. And 2. I'm just going to keep on plowing. This is the boring part of Farming Simulator 25. Hey Jeremy, how you doing today? Maybe two. After this row, looks like we got one more row. And we can go on to the other two fields and start plowing those. Oh, excuse me. Oh. Turn so we get all this. Then V. Now V. Oh! I said V once. Okay. The lower and last row. And this field is plowed. So we'll just come over here, head towards the other field. Okie dokie. We're just gonna hire a worker with set soybeans. Start with ups and downs, yeah. And hire. Okay. Now we got to plow this field. B and 2. Actually, hang on a second. There's something I want to do. Right now, I'm just gonna I'm just gonna hide this rock. I don't see any gold. Let's just... Stop. I want to take a look at something. This is... If I combine this into one big... Yeah, let's do that. So let me hop into... Okay. Yeah, this factor. Yeah, I'm just going to combine that one field into 2 fields. So let's have another big field. I tell you what, we're going to do it this way. I don't know if I want to do it this way. Nah, we'll do it our way. My old way. Yes, this is going to be... I know I'm wasting grass. I'll follow the contour of the land. Actually, I can just do it like this now. Oh, yeah, let me just be quicker to use the big plow now, since I got the outline. Oh yeah, here's one thing, yeah. Nah, no. We'll use big plastic. Actually, let me see something here. This is pretty flat. Now, I'll tell you what I'll do is I can... Yeah, we can create a big field here later. Okay. So we're going to put this back. We're going to wash this, repair it. We'll create a big field here if we need another field. Okay, so what I need is the lime spreader. Let's go ahead and repair and wash this real quick. This is what happens when I think. I change my mind on things. See? R. Okie dokie. Yeah, we're gonna definitely increase the size of this field. The This is just a temporary plow in. Then we got alignment, not alignment, we got to take soil samples and just create this one big field. Do it like this. There we go. Now we got one big field to do, which is going to be better. Now we just got to do soil samples. Sorry guys, I was getting some nicotine in me. said why. Speed up time. Okay. Here we go. Okay, we got a bigger area. Now we just got to line the new plowed sections, and we'll go ahead and start plowing this field. Because if we take a look at pH, you can see the sections that we need to just reline. Okay, we'll send this back. We've expanded that field, so now we only got one field to worry about. That's something I am. Okay, we got to plant. We planted corn. Corn. Corn is this season. Okay. Now, back up to here. Z. Okay. Could just combine this field into one big field. Get this. Okay. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah. I'm just gonna, yeah. I gotta plant corn, wheat, corn, oats, and soybeans. We should have everything planted for this season. Soybeans should be done. So I've got oats and corn to plant. Once I get this soil sampled. I'm not worrying about liming the sections I just did. I'm just gonna get soil samples so everything is combined. I'm almost done with the plow. I'm hitting Y. Why are you not doing soil sample? Okay, off we go. Back to the farm. Okay, now we put you away. Okay, so samples are in. Yeah, we got this section here. We got big long field here. Yeah. Need to combine these 3 fields together and these 2 fields together next year. Want to combine. I might be able to combine this one. P. Animal East. Okay. E. That's for that field. There we go. Okay. X. No, I said X. This is going to be corn. Hey, Envy, how you doing? I'm doing good. Super fellas. Wheat, barley, oats, canola, sorghum, long grain rice. I'm glad you're doing good. Corn, that's what I want. Well, I just finished plowing in. Oh, I lined this and this, these 2 big fields together. I planted this one with soybeans. I had this field and this field, so I just combined both of them together. I had 3 fields here, and I just combined all 3 together, and I'm getting ready to plant corn on here. I got to plow this, and then we will be done planting for the season. Oh crap! I forgot. I'll do it. I'll screw it. There's our cotton. And was gonna hire a worker to do that. There we go. Now I got to plow this. Okay. Oh, that's good. Oh, when I came back, when I started, because I had to roll the grass, all those clumps of grass was gone. So, yeah, we're going to do 2 rows. So, and there was a minor update. So that might have fixed the problem. Okay. Why? Okay. And B. 12 miles an hour. First time plowing this field. But I won't know until I harvest the grass again. But one thing I like about Giant software is that they actually keep fixing bugs and adding new stuff and stuff like that. They're very active in that. Even though I know they're designing, which would probably be Farming Simulator 28, unless they come out this year with and make it Farmer Simulator 7. I know they're working on it. They haven't released what the next thing is, but they do keep up on the bug reports and stuff like that. Even Farming Simulator 19 is still getting bug reports, bug fixes. I don't know about 22. I really didn't like 22 that much. Just a little bit. Oh yeah. Oh, alright. I haven't seen that yet. I haven't watched any videos today because I had to edit and upload a couple videos. One to this channel and one to my Buddy 1927 Subnautica channel. So I'll do that once I get off of here. When I eat my dinner, I'll watch YouTube videos. And then in the evening, I'll watch Chicago PD. I'm rewatching this series again since they're in hiatus, or since they don't have any new shows coming out. I watch him, Dagwood, Hugs, and Freebies, and and a couple other ones. I was watching SUV and I haven't seen any new videos from him in a while. I don't know if he's on vacation or something happened to him. Oh yeah, I actually don't watch, I stream. I mainly watch YouTube. I have Peacock and Paramount, Peacock Plus and Paramount Plus, because I really don't watch, I don't watch any TV with commercial or anything like that anymore. Oh yeah, I just, the main shows I watch right now is like I watch NCIS, Chicago Fire, Chicago Hope, not Chicago Hope, Chicago Fire, Chicago PD, and a bunch of YouTube. Oh, I know. I remember TV shows. There was a couple TV shows back when I was a kid that weren't in reruns. So if you missed it, you screwed up. And I hated that. I gotta fix that. There we go. Fix this and this. Oh, you go like that. There you go. And then I remember when they started doing reruns during the summer on certain TV shows. I remember ABC during the summer ran a lot of Monday night movies, Wednesday night movies, and Friday night movies, and then ran what they wanted in between. Oh, I know. There's a lot of things. I don't watch. I mean, I used to watch a lot of Gold Rush. And for some reason, even though I do have Discovery Plus, for some reason I just couldn't get back into it this season. But I do watch all the Gold Rush, Freddy and Juan Miners Rescue. I did watch all of those. Oh yeah. Grey's Anatomy. That's so long. Oh, I know. It's like one show I watched a lot was NCIS Hawaii, and I just happened to watch a YouTube video on NCIS Hawaii, and they told me and it came out that it got canceled, and they never did anything. Never had a farewell episode. But I liked NCIS Hawaii. Oh, I know. Blue Bloods. I watched all the Blue Bloods, and now Danny Reagan is in Boston, and it's called Boston Blue Bloods. Yeah, Boston Blue or something like that. I forget what it is. I watched that. I've watched AB NCIS, NCIS Sydney, Australia is still on. Oh, I know. Let's put it this way. I remember the first time I saw Mark Harmon on TV. He was on my favorite show back then. It was Emergency. And he played a animal control officer for Los Angeles County. And then he did 2 seasons on 240 Roberts. Then he started the movies. They let him go on 3rd season. Oh yeah, I've watched that. My mother actually knew their mother. My mom grew up in Concord, and she actually knew. She worked at a hospital where she met her when one of her kids got injured and stuff like that. My mom was a nurse for 50 years. Oh, yeah. I have a cousin that actually lives in Dorchester. And when I get real tired, and I mean exhausted tired, I start packing my car in Harvard Yard. I end up talking in a thick Boston accent. Oh, he was. Now, I have a joke. I ask people, or people start teasing me about my accent when I get tired, especially when I was at work, especially down in Florida. But I always tell people, do me a favor, spell Boston. And they spell it Boston. See, there's no I's in Boston. I said that to my aunts and uncles. Oh, I'll swear, looks could kill, they would have killed me. We're in New York. I used to live in, well, let's see, I've lived in Fulton, New York, which is 12 miles off of Lake Ontario and 32 miles north of Syracuse. I lived in Manhattan for 6 months. I know New York quite well. And I also lived in East Greenbush, New York, when I was a kid. In Schenectady, New York. I'm not. Even though I live in North Carolina now, I'm not a Southerner. I'm not a Yankee. I'm an East Coaster because I have lived in. I was born in New Jersey, lived in Massachusetts, lived in New York, lived in Maryland, lived in Virginia, lived in Florida, and now North Carolina. So it's time for me to get a different state. Move to a different state now, evidently. Ah! So around Fishkill? Fishkill? Orange County Choppers is that area. Oh yeah. Growing up, my father, he was a Marine DI at Paris. at Paris Hotel. Not Paris Hotel. Paradise Hotel, Paris Island. Um, and my mother refused to marry him if he was in the Marine. So that he got out of the Marines, married my mom, and they were in New Jersey for a while. Then my father got a job back in '66 working for IBM, writing DOS, for computers. Then in the 70s he became a minister, and we moved to Massachusetts, where he was a associate pastor at a church while he was going to seminary college. And then he got a church there. Then we moved to upstate New York. Then we moved to Maryland. I grew up mainly in Maryland. I went to junior high and high school through Maryland. Started my career in fire, EMS, and rescue work in Maryland. Then I got a job in Norfolk, Virginia, with Norfolk Fire, and volunteered for Virginia Beach. And then I did a stupid thing and got married, and my wife was living in West Palm Beach, Florida. Oh, yeah. And luckily the chief of Norfolk Fire Department knew the chief of Palm Beach County, so they hired me. Then I caught my wife cheating. And my father died, so my sister told me that mom needed help. So I moved to North Carolina, where my parents settled. And I've been in North Carolina since 2000. So this is the longest state I've lived in. 26 years. That's the longest time I've lived in one state. And I'm hoping one day this channel will take off, and I want to move to Hawaii. But right now I can't afford it. What I need to do is find a sugar mama. Yeah. When I like living in Maryland. When I lived in Florida, I hated it because it was one season in South Florida. It's basically one season. The leaves don't change color. You don't have a fall. You don't have a winter. It's just one season. And I hated that. I loved Maryland. Maryland was a good state, and one of the things I liked about it was it. I was a paramedic in Maryland, and it didn't matter where in Maryland I lived. I was certified throughout the entire state. So I lived in Frederick, Maryland. I could go to Deep Creek in the western part of Maryland and operate as a paramedic. I could go all the way to Ocean City, Maryland, and operate as a paramedic. I didn't have to be boarded anywhere. You're boarded throughout the whole state. Virginia, they had regions, so you had to be boarded in whatever region you were in. Florida was nice about that. You were a paramedic anywhere in the state of Florida. But when I moved to North Carolina, I hated this state at first because they wouldn't let me transfer. I mean, I started as a paramedic in Maryland. I transferred my paramedic to Virginia, transferred it to Florida. North Carolina wouldn't let me transfer my paramedic from Florida, and I was also a nationally certified paramedic. But they didn't recognize it. So I had to take my EM. I was like, well, I'm here. I'm not going to, I'll get a regular job because I couldn't find a job as a firefighter in the area where my mom lived. And I was living with her, helping her with her house. And so I got a job working at Eckerd. I joined the local volunteer fire department. And when I joined that department, I saw all the equipment there. I felt like I was back in the 80s. Because the newest piece of equipment was a 1982 gas-powered engine. They had a 1980 tanker. They had a 1967 brush truck. And they had a 1968 bread. You know those little bread trucks where you see them around where they delivered bread to stores and stuff like that? They had that. That was it. And it was just like, I'm back in time. When I showed my transcripts of all my education for the fire department, the chief there was like, "Oh, we're starting a first responder program, and you'd be perfect for it. All you need." I said, "Well, they wouldn't let me transfer my paramedic. I would have to start from scratch." They said, all you need is a medical responder, which is a 6-week course. Be a first responder. I'm like, that's it? Okay, fine. So I took the class. Oh yeah, I took the class, came first responder. And I was firefighter one. Well, when I started my fire department career, I got my firefighter 1, 2, and 3 certification, and they combined 2 and 3 together, so now it says firefighter 1 and 2. So I didn't have to go through any of their BS. I had to keep my continuing ed up there. And they got the first responder program going. And I liked it. Second year into the program, they elected me as lieutenant, and they had a captain for first responders. And I love that. So I did a lot of that. And then where I was working at, I was working for Eckerd. And I ended up quitting Eckerd because I was the assistant manager, and the manager was never in the store. I was running the store. She had like 3 days off a week. And I'm working 5, 6 days a week at the store. And I got to the point where I was just like, get about it. The assistant chief of a neighboring department was a manager of a convalescent ambulance service, and he said, "You, as an MR, I can hire you as an MR, medical responder, and you just drive." He said, "But eventually you're gonna have to get your basic and work your way back up." I'm like, "Okay, cool." So he hired me. I worked 7 days on and 7 days off. I like that schedule. 12 hours a day, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. 7 days a week. Then you're off for 7 days. I like that. And I went to school, got my basic, joined the local rescue squad, got my intermediate, and then I got my paramedic. And the local rescue squad was the only paramedic squad in the county I lived in. In North Carolina, you have to be boarded in each county you work in. So I was working part-time and volunteered at the local rescue squad. They had a full-time crew, one paramedic and a basic. So when I got my basic, I would fill in when a crew member was off. You had to volunteer a minimum of 24 hours. After 24 hours, if you work on the main truck, you got paid an hourly rate. So I volunteered. Hell, I was volunteering like 72 hours. They had a second duty truck, and I volunteered 12 hours there, 12 hours there. So I had like 72 hours a month volunteering there, plus volunteering at the fire department. And because I was all my rescue certification, and I was a rescue officer at Palm Beach, in West Palm Beach. No, Palm Beach County. I was a rescue captain. I became the instructor. The guy who was the instructor at for that company, he saw my background. He's like, "You want to become an instructor for rescue?" I'm like, "Okay." So you got me certified. Be a Wayne Community College instructor. And when I finally got my paramedic, the state said, from now on, each county must provide EMS, and to whatever level that they were at. The Wayne County slowly, over 5 years, absorbed all the volunteer squads, had the volunteer fire departments do the rescue calls, and when they took over this city, I got hired full time at Wayne County EMS, and I got boarded in Duplin County, and I got boarded in Craven County, and was working part time in those counties. And my life just went on. What was funny was when I had to take a couple classes at Wayne Community College to become an instructor, to get there's two certifications you have to have. One is it was rescue instructor class 1, which means you could teach, but you had to have a preceptor with you, or somebody's willing to take the responsibility of you teaching a class. And then there was rescue certification 2, which I got, which allows me to teach any class. I don't need a preceptor and all that. I also got my paramedic instructor class, got my EMT basic certification instructor. And what was funny was in my intermediate class, nobody knew what I did before. And there was a trauma section. They were teaching the trauma section, and they had a video from University of Maryland on trauma and on extrication and how to treat the patient during an extrication. Well, that video was a live rescue call that I was on. That was in. Everybody was, as soon as it came to the guy who's inside the car taking care of the patient, the instructor quickly stopped the video, said, and everybody was just looking at me. He said, "That's a paramedic in that video." I said, "Yes." "Is that you?" I'm like, "Yes." And they're like, you were a paramedic?" I'm like, "Yeah. When I moved here to North Carolina wouldn't recognize my paramedic, so I had to start all over again. So that's what I'm doing. And my instructor just looked at me. He said, "No wonder you're getting straight A. No wonder you're getting 100% on everything." I'm like, "Yeah, I did it for over 20 years. I know what I'm doing." And I had the same instructor in my immediate class as in the paramedic class. And he's like, "Not you again." I'm like, "Yep. Well, you got 100% on your immediate state test. You got 100% in your, what is it called now? I can't, my mind just went completely blank. Where you have to demonstrate your skills. I'm just going to call it a skills review. I got 100% on. So you're the only person I know that got 100% on both the qualifications. I had to be, and you had to be a basic for 1 year before you can take the intermediate class. You can take the intermediate class after 6 months of being a basic. Because it was a 6 month class. So by the time you graduate, you have to be a intermediate for 1 year before you can be certified as an intermediate. And I did that. Went through the intermediate. I graduated the intermediate class. Had to wait a month before I was certified as an intermediate. Then they started the paramedic class, which was a 1 year class at the time, at night. You had to be intermediate for a year before you were eligible, but the state allowed you to take the class if you were intermediate for 6 months. So 6 months after I got certified as an intermediate, I took the class. And the instructor during the class kept on asking me questions. How did you all do it in this state? And how did you do it in that state? I'm like, the way you're teaching it. Oh, I know. I hate... North Carolina is a backward state. And what was funny was each county, like in in Wayne County, where I was first got boarded, I can only do X, Y, and Z. And when I got boarded in Craven County, I can do the whole alphabet. It depends on what the medical director says the paramedic can do. It's not what the state says. It depends on the medical director. And what was funny was when I was an intermediate, we had a bad 1050, a car wreck with, we had we had 3 people entrapped in 2 different cars. and I'm working on this one patient, and we're like about 5-6 miles from the hospital where this wreck was, and the medical director, who's the doctor, and he was the head doctor of the ER. He heard the wreck. He responded with his medical gear to the wreck, and he's like, this is before the Wayne County took over EMS, and he talked to one of somehow one of my chiefs called him. My chief from Palm Beach County ended up calling him about something, wanted to check on me, and he called the medical director, wanted to know where I was in class, and he gave him my whole history. He shows up on the scene. I'm an intermediate. I'm only allowed to do. I can start IVs. I'm not allowed to do anything else. I can intubate a patient. I'm allowed to use a cardiac monitor, but I'm not allowed to read it. And he shows up, sees me working on. I'm inside the car working on this patient. He's like, "What do you need?" Well, right now, what I need is some morphine for pain management, because this person's in a lot of pain. And he asked, "Well, what's the BP?" I told him what the BP was. And I said, "Patient's learning oriented times 4." And he's like, "Okay." I said, "He has 2 fractured femurs. Both his legs, he's pinned in. I barely got access to him because it was a head-on collision, and he broke both his femurs." And he's like, "Here." I said, "What's this?" He said, "This is morphine." "Doc, I can't give it. I'm an intermediate, not a paramedic." Said, "Yeah, and I'm the medical director. If I tell you to do something, you do it." Okay. After that call and we got everybody out of there, he's like, "You're the only person I trust to actually take care of the patient." He said, if it was a paramedic or anybody else in that car treating them other than you, I would have had them get out, and I would have went into the car and started treating the patient. I'm like, "But I'm only an intermediate. You don't know me that well." He said, "Well, I had a phone conversation from Chief so-and-so," and I'm like, "He called you?" "Yeah, he was just checking up, seeing what you're doing." And I said, "But why did he call you?" He said, "Well, he wanted to talk to the medical director in North Carolina, and he found out where I was living in Wayne County, so the state gave him the phone number for the medical director in Wayne County." And I talked to him for about, him and I talked for about 2 hours. He said, "You were a nationally certified paramedic in North Carolina. Would he accept it?" I'm like, "Nope." And I was at the Pentagon during 2001, about second year I was living there. And I used to teach rescue classes at the National Fire Academy in Emmitsburg, Maryland, when I was younger. And there was a lot of people there that knew me from the classes I taught. And they were like, "Where are you now?" I'm living in North Carolina. Oh yeah. I was so certified as a paramedic nationally during when I went up there because the battalion chief for Arlington Fire Department was my assistant chief at Independent Hose Company up in Frederick, Maryland. So he knew me, and him and I stayed in contact. I mean, we would talk from time to time. He called me up and wanted to know if I could come up and help. I just got home from my grandmother's funeral in New Jersey that evening when all this happened. And I got home, my phone was ringing, and it was him asking me to come up to help. So I said, sure. And they put me in charge of a rescue crew. I lost one of my members of the rescue crew I was in charge of. I lost one of the members because part of a concrete slab fell on him after I told him not to do what he was getting ready to do. And he got pancaked. And he was actually the first. He was the first firefighter I ever lost. But he was one of those guys that he knew everything. Nobody knows anything better than me. I'm like, well, then if you know everything, then you know I'm in charge. You need to stop. No, I got it. I can do it. It's not a problem. Boom. He moved one piece of. He moved a pipe that was supporting the slab of concrete, and it fell right on top of him when he moved that pipe. I was like 2 feet away from him, and I still haven't figured out how the concrete broke just above my head and fell on him, and the other part stayed up. I should have been squashed because I was trying to get him not to do what he was doing because he thought he heard somebody yelling for help. And what was funny, the other thing that was ridiculous about North Carolina, I kept my national paramedic certification, and but after 9/11, when they founded Homeland Security was created, I don't know if they still have it or not, but they had like a emergency response team that's made up of firefighters, paramedics, and rescue workers around the country. And they recruited me on that, and we had to do 1 week's. We had to do training once a month. Then it was like the reserve. So, like, we'll do 1 week in a month. We would have training at a certain location, and then just like the National Guard, then once a year you have a bi-weekly training. So that way you all get used to working with who you have and all that. So I did that until I got injured. But I was, because I kept my national certification as a paramedic, and they're like, how can you keep your national certification? So technically I'm still certified in Florida as a paramedic. And if I do the Con Eds, like I've been doing, I can keep my national certification. North Carolina, this doesn't recognize it. Since then, they have changed it, and they recognize North Carolina was the last state in the Union, except for Hawaii. North Carolina was the last state was one of the last states that started recognizing your certification from another state. And they also started recognizing national certification. And after 9/11, the only reason why they did that 6 years after 9/11, and by then I was already a paramedic. But they wanted federal funds for firefighting, EMS, and all that you had to recognize certifications. The only state that doesn't now is Hawaii, but it's only because Hawaii is the only state in the United States that's allowed to actually do oh man, my brain is fried. Where you can stick a needle into a guy's heart to draw blood around the sac. I can't think of the name of the procedure. Cardiac tamponade. If you had a patient who was in cardiac tamponade, you would have to insert a needle into the patient, into the heart of the patient. So you can draw the blood out of there. And Hawaii allows you to so if I was still a paramedic and decided to move to Hawaii, they will allow me to transfer, but I would have to take within 6 months of being a resident of Hawaii, and I would have to take the cardiac tamponade class. And if I failed it or didn't take it within 6 months, my certification got transferred. You would no longer they disavowed your certification. Oh, thank you. Okay, we are done. Now we are... I've done a lot. I'm a jack of all trades, master of none. I mean, when I was 12, I worked on a dairy farm. And I volunteered when I was 15, joined the fire department when I was 15 as a junior firefighter. I left the farm to work part-time at FW Woolworth. And then when I was 18, started working for a surveying crew in Northern Virginia. Finally got hired on a paid fire department. I volunteered. Still volunteered. I mean, the only time when I was working for Norfolk Fire Department, I volunteered and worked part-time for Virginia Beach Rescue. I got my lifeguard certification when I was on that. And let's see. The only time I didn't volunteer was when I lived in Palm Beach County. Because when I moved to North Carolina, second week I was in North Carolina, I joined the volunteer fire department here. And once I got my EMT basic, I joined the rescue squad. Volunteer rescue / paid department. Ended up being chief of that. I moved from Salson to Grantham. Changed fire departments. Joined the local rescue squad, even though it was Wayne County EMS. They still have the local rescue squad who did second duty calls. The fire department did the extrication, took over the extrication from Grantham Rescue. And about a year after a year being a volunteer at both fire departments, they elected me as assistant chief. And then the chief next year didn't want to be chief no more. Because what Wayne County was doing. So he actually left the department. And they elected me as chief until I got injured. I was chief for 9 years on that squad. Okay. Corn is planted. We need oats. We've been quicker doing this way. Oats. Who's calling me now? Don't know the number. You don't. I don't know who's calling. I don't answer. $191,000. I need more than that. Ha! Yeah. Well, I was also in Palm Beach County. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. I ended up becoming a special deputy for Palm Beach County because they wanted a medic on their SWAT team. So I had to go through police training there. Oh, I didn't. No, I didn't. All I had to do was take a class because when I was a paramedic in Maryland, Maryland State Police did all the Maryland State Police did the medevac helicopters. So you had to be a state trooper to work on medevac helicopter. So I actually went through Maryland State Police Academy just to work part-time, 6 months of my life as become a state trooper. Just to be a fill-in, so when somebody called out sick, or because Maryland at the time when I became a paramedic, Maryland, that was back in 1984. There weren't many paramedics, and Maryland State Police, even though they did medevac, all their officers that were on there were what they called CRTs, cardiac rescue technicians, which eventually became intermediates. And they changed it, saying that you now have to by 2085 they had to have paramedic certification, and half the people that were on the medevac helicopters decided, no, I don't want to become a paramedic. So I lucked out when I took my class in Maryland. I had half my class were Maryland State Troopers, and I knew one of the helicopters was stationed in Frederick, Maryland. So I knew everybody on the helicopter, even the pilots. And when they finally got certified, they finally got that helicopter certified for paramedic. The the day that they were starting their paramedic stuff, um, they asked me to come take a look at the helicopter and everything. And during when I was there checking out the new helicopter, all the new equipment on the helicopter and everything, the commander of Maryland State Police showed up, and he asked, "Who's that civilian looking at the helicopter?" Well, he's a paramedic. As a matter of fact, he was in my class. He graduated. He was the top paramedic in our class, and he helps us out on sometimes we have to utilize him to fly back and forth. We needed a second person on the helicopter because they had a Bell helicopter that could you could have two patients on them, and the guy was talking to him about it, and he just came up and said, "Hey, you ever think about becoming a Maryland State Trooper?" I said, "No, sir, I'm a firefighter. I work for DC Fire Department now." I said, "I just got hired on DC as a firefighter paramedic." And he's like, "DC? Oh, I know the chief of DC Fire Department." Okay. So we got an academy class starting in 3 months. If you change your mind, let me know, and I'll make sure you're in that class. I went to work the next day. The chief of the department, the fire chief of the department, came and stopped that unannounced. Stopped at our station. He asked the captain, "You have a firefighter Walter here?" He said, "Yeah." Because he just went straight to the captain's office. I was doing something on the engine, and they said, "Buddy, you need to go to the captain's office. The chief wants to see you." So, what? "I don't know what's going on. The chief wants to see you now." I'm like, "Okay, Lieutenant." So I go there, and the chief is like, "So you Buddy Walter?" I'm like, "Yes." "Did you have a conversation with the commander of Maryland State Police yesterday?" I said, "Yes, sir, I did. He called me this morning. He said he wants you as a Maryland State Trooper." I'm like, "I already told him no, sir." He said, "I told him that you're one of my best recruits so far. I don't want to lose you. We came up with a deal. You go for the next 6 months, you go, in 3 months they start a new academy class. You go ahead and take that class, and they'll hire you as a part-time state trooper. You fill in when you're not working here. You fill in on the helicopter there." I'm like, "Okay, sounds good. I can do that." He said, "If you fill in a whole shift, or just make sure you let them know you sell 93. Okay. You just let them know that if you have to work, okay." right now. Bakery. Let's let them know when you're working and all that. As a matter of fact, he requested your schedule. We'll hold your position here while you're in the training. So, went through the academy class. Okay, we are going to eliminate that. But for right now, got the bakery. Okay. Windmill. Let's increase you to level 3. What we got? A lot of cheese. 123 in clothing. Damn. That's a lot. 1,000 per. That's a lot. What we got here? Nothing this month. So May. Wool. We're not selling wool. We sell electricity all the time. May. Clothing. We got over 1,357,466 worth of coal. 128,000 liters. That's a lot. Okay. Spinnery. Okay. Before I go to bed, make sure you turn that on. Okay, they're working. Oh yeah, I need to move this. No. Yes. Okay, I guess there's more room. Okay! Gives us more room over here. A little bit, not much, but a little bit. How much money we got? 91. $72. Okay. Level 7. Okay. Okay. Garlic. Lettuce. Onions and tomatoes. Sawmill. Okay. Everything's full on this. We just need corn and potatoes. Then we can start doing that. TMR. It's working. Okay. Okay. Fish food factory. Yeah. Butcher shop. Yeah, that should be done. Ghost milk. Well, milk. Yeah, everything looks. Yeah. That's level 15, so that's maxed out. No, greenhouse. That's what I need. Prickly pear. Coffee beans. Some of it we can do. 10,000. Oh, can't do it. Put it there. There we go. Actually, let's just do this. Greenhouse. Okay, that's large garden. Okay. What we're doing the greenhouse. Yes, that's the greenhouse we're doing right here. See, water, enable. I need liquid fertilizer. Okay. Yeah, 6,000. Yeah, that should be liquid fertilizer. Okay. Right now we gotta wait until we get some. Okay, that's full fertilizer. Thought I fixed that. Evidently you didn't, buddy. No. Level this nice and smooth. Oh, that way. Okay. When it's your number, you know it's a spam call. That phone call had my number on it. Oh, it's 5 o'clock. I'm live streaming for 5 hours. No wonder I'm getting hungry. Where's my paper? Okay. I gotta write down a couple things so I know what next time I come. Uh, we're starting Farmer's Dynasty Thursday. So I need flour. That's all I need. Everything else is, we're not doing that. That's rice flour. There we go. Flour. This is milk, which is shop we're getting rid of. Okay. So I need canola oil. CAN. Sunflower oil. Soybeans. So I got 2 productions that use flowers. Sawmill wood, grass, Great British. So I need potatoes, corn, oil, and corn. Okay. Sugar beets. We're done, so I can discontinue that. That'll save money. And wool. Okay. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 things I need to plant next year. Six things to plant next year. So I need 6 fields. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then this plant grass here. That'll work. So yeah, we'll combine this. I could just combine all 3 of these. Is it? I'm growing what? Grass. Okay. Gonna eliminate this rock. No! Get this hump to get rid of. Yeah, so we can just come across here. No, that's a shift P. Thank you. Okay, so we can, let's bring that there, connect this field, this field, this field, and this field. Let's have, I'll tell you what, yeah. Let's connect these three and these three. Have two grass fields. We'll leave that as grass. Okay. Looks good, looks good, looks good. Went from planting 7 different fields to 3 different fields. And how are you? Okay, guys and gals, I'm going to end the stream here. So if you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button and bell. And do me one big favor. Be safe out there in the world. Have fun playing your games. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.